Good morning. As I said last time... Oh, good morning, Luna. We will be finishing our book today. Today is just a reading stream, okay? I can't believe it's me. I will be having fun because it's 2 murder mysteries inside one book, and I want to know who the killers are. You too will be finishing your book? Wait, what book are you finishing? The Gamer? Is that an actual book? Luna, you read? Why are you telling me? It's a whole series? What do you mean I read? Is this a light novel book or is it what? I read in multiple languages. Oh my god. You're smarter than I am. I can only read one language. Barely. I can read the pictures of other languages. Is manhwa? Oh. Is it like it's published like in book form manhwa? From Is it one of those endless scrolling ones? Online? Oh, okay, no, never mind. Cause sometimes they publish it in book form. Oh yay, stream trick. Thank you, Luna. Sometimes they publish it in book form and it's a little awkward reading web novels. Not web novels. Webtoons. Web comics. When they do the long scrolls into a book. It doesn't quite work. It kinda does. It needs editing. You got more feathers for that. You haven't. Are you going to redeem? You can always save it for next time. Terrorize me next time once you have a good or not good, I don't really care, idea. No time like the present. But I thought you don't know what to redeem. Oh. Okay. You'll get inspiration. Yes. All right, you Luna, go read your book, and I will read my book for inspiration. Yes, sure. Make yourself comfortable, because it's probably going to be 2 hours of me reading. Because I want to know who the murderer is. Today! Or tonight. Oh my goodness, there's only 2 minutes left of today. Alright, let's start. Cloverleaf Books. I didn't call Andreas. I wanted to. Oh yeah, we learned that Andreas, her, boyfriend is a liar. And her boss is a liar. And they might have killed someone. Oh gosh, you have an idea? Oh, good morning, Ikaru. This is long story time. So you better be, I don't know, relaxed. Maybe you can treat me like an audiobook that responds to you if you ask anything. Can you redeem? Sure. It'll probably be a 2 hour read. Bought Edge of Eternity and then refunded it. Why? What happened? Draw the art in bad draw form. I don't quite understand what you mean, Luna, but you can redeem whatever the fuck you want. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Give it... Okay, yeah. I can do that. You can give me a reference and I can draw it in whatever. Sure. You've already made me do that with your memes, kind of. Unless it's really strange. I'll look it up! Played it on Game Pass before. It was a removed title and the prologue got my attention for the game. Turns out many hated the prologue and they eventually just removed it from the game. Oh, but you actually liked the prologue. That's why you got it? Life isn't strange? Life is very strange. My friend actually bought me that game, but I can't bring myself to play it. It sounds traumatizing. It sounds traumatizing and stressful. She was like, it's really good. And then bought me the game, and I haven't played it for years. I'm sorry, friend. I just can't. Isn't it about LGBT relationships? Yes, it is. And it is traumatizing and extremely stressful, yes. It's also about like a lot of I don't want to say taboo topics, but like very tough topics, like suicide and stuff. So yeah. Very traumatizing, very extreme and disturbing things. Yeah. I think it's important to explore like difficult topics like that. I'm just never in the space to really play hours of a game for that. I wouldn't say like disturbing, like maybe to some people. I would say like tough topics. I would say tough. I don't know about that, Luna. I have no idea where you went with that. What? I don't actually know too much about it, but I do know some. And it's enough some for me to go, not right now. The biggest nug? Oh no. That's very big, Ikaru. That's very big. Where can you put the reference in? You can put it in MISC if you want, and just whatever. Just like at me. MISC is always there. MISC is always there for you. That I see. Oh my god! You want me to draw that? That's crazy! Can I get some context? Who is this? Who's your favorite Luca card? Who's Luca? Project Sekai? Oh! Luca, like Vocaloid Luca? What song is this from? It's one of her cards? Well, yes. That you have to gacha for? Oh man. It's very pretty art, I have to say. Oh, I'm gonna ruin this with bad draw. It's very pretty though. Oh no, Luna. Copious amount. Oh no. Copious amounts of money. Well, at least you didn't have to spend copious amounts of monies for a bad draw of the card. How about that? There's your consolation prize. Alright. Let us continue on the murder mystery. Oh! I can see... Oh my goodness. Okay. It's gonna be two little parts. 20 About 20 pages. And then we're gonna have the final chapter of Magpie Murders. And then the final chapters of the book outside Magpie Murders. So we are very close. We're so close, which is why I'm having this stream. So close. For not charging me money for bad draws. Maybe soon. Soon bad draws will be so popular. I'm gonna make people buy them with donations. Can you send you a rough I was sent earlier from Dargon? Sure, if you want. I'll accept some Dargon whips. Ooh, I am looking. Oh my goodness. That's 5 characters! Is that your main cast for your story? They look so cute. Local Dargon so good. I love the lighting. Oh, it's so nice. Maybe one day we will hear of your story, Ikaru. Want to know the cost? No. I will sit here and think about art and not money. I pretend that we live in a free art world where artists are compensated in exposure and they still get to eat. A free trade world or something, I don't know. Where everything is free. Okay, should we actually start? It's like 20 minutes in. Oh, it's only like 10, 15 minutes since I started talking though. Exposure from free cheap she gave to people? Holy shit, right? I cannot believe the dragon did a full chibi rig for every member of Garden Circle like a crazy person. She did pay herself an exposure. I should be using her model. Hey, wait. I hope this doesn't show up as I go through the menu. I didn't want to use this because I haven't set it up properly. Isn't it so cute? There you go. I can be here and big. You want to see Anje's model? I don't have it. Oh, this is also not the proper... This is not her proper model either. There's an updated model. She updated all of our models so that they would be better too. This is not even... Wait. Maybe I can download my updated model right now. See, she said she fixed a couple things. This is what this stream is turning into. Wait, let me turn back into my old self. Before I switch back. Technically, I could steal Anje's model, but I don't want to. Download. Is it in... Oh god, what is it in? Oh, I'm so fucking stupid. Everyone says update it. Here we go. So, download. Downloads. Oh god. I think I delete these. Oh no. Oh no, I didn't do that right. I think I accidentally canceled the download because I'm a dumbass. Download. The benefit of technically having Anje as a VTuber, she will update it whenever she wants. If she doesn't like it for free. Oh, Anje is crazy. I did not expect this at all. This is a 1.1 update, Yincheeb. Wait, let me... Why am I so big? 1.1. Let me check. This, extract all, extract here. That's good. Let me just check. This is the file. And then what I do? And I go here, and then I have to upload, import a model, open the folder, stick this file in. Oh god, wait. Stick this file in. Is this the updated one, or do I have to... I might have to... Wait. Let me reload VTube Studio. This is Anje pre-stream now, it is! This is a just chatting stream where we just chat about Anje. Oh, wait, don't look at that. There you go. Do you want me big? What was what? There's nothing. Don't worry about it. Something walked up there? Oh, there is a watermark on VTube Studio. It's like their floating like mascot character. So VTube Studio is free, but that watermark stays there. But if you pay, you can like to support them. They take the watermark out. Basically, that's what it is. That's all. Should I stay as upside down Chibian for my reading? Nothing is set up. Like I don't have any expressions or things set up. I don't have any redeems. You can't redeem shit. But I'm adorable. Okay. That's me trying to wink. I have no redeemer for a normal model either. Yeah, but the thing is, the animations exist for this model. So it's sad that they aren't set up. For my normal model, there's nothing there, so it's fine if it's not set up, okay? I look so weird upside down. Okay, okay. Oh, my eyes are going crazy. Wait, let me turn me around. This is so distracting to have because it's so much fun to play with. Let me turn me around. You're giving the greatest toy. It is one of the most expensive toys I've ever had. Besides my PC and my laptop, I guess. And it was free. Oh, I feel so spoiled. And I'm using it for a reading stream. Thank you for the brain cell. This yin needs it. This yin right here, this squishy yin. Very much in need of brain cells. So, brain cells are expensive. Okay, we really need to start. Or this is gonna end up being a 3-hour stream and we won't find out the murderer. Okay. I'll keep cheap yin on stream. So we can all admire Anje's art. I hope the eyes don't go completely wild. It's really hard to read and keep my eyes open on the model. We found out. Charles, her boss, is a liar. Andreas, her boyfriend, is a liar. Susan, our protagonist right now, is a liar. Somebody sent her a photo of Mr. was it John White, who was Alan Conway, the victim's neighbor, allegedly pushing him off the ledge. And then we found out that the Atticus Pund series has an anagram on the titles of the books. The first letter of each title of the book. So there could be more secrets. Everything is being revealed right now in the final chapters, which is why I need to keep reading. Okay, please, please let me keep reading. Settle down. 2 hours, possibly, of reading. Cloverleaf Books. I didn't call Andreas. I wanted to, but there was something else I had to do first. The offices were closed by the time I got there, but I had a key and let myself in, deactivated the alarms, and climbed the stairs up to the first floor. I turned on the lights, but without anyone in there, the building still felt dark and oppressive. The shadows refused to budge. I knew exactly where I was going. Charles' office was never locked, and I went straight in. There were 2 armchairs in complete conference, with Charles's desk in front of me. The shelves, and with all of his books, his awards, his photographs were on one side. Bella's basket was on the other, tucked next to the cabinet that contained bottles and glasses. How many times have I sat there, late into the evening, sipping Glenmorangie? Morangi? Sure. Malt whiskey, talking over the problems of the day. I was here now as an intruder, and I had a sense that I was smashing everything that I had helped build up over the past 11 years. I walked over to the desk. I was in such a mood that if the drawers had been locked, I wouldn't have hesitated to break them open, antique or not. But Charles hadn't taken even his measure of security. Drawers slid open eagerly in my hands, to reveal contracts, cost reports, invoices, proofs, newspaper clippings, unwanted wires from old computers, mobile phones, photographs, and, at the very bottom, clumsily concealed, a plastic folder containing about 20 sheets of paper. The first page was almost blank, with a heading in bold type. 7. A secret never to be told. The missing chapters. They had been here all the time. And in the end, the title had been absolutely true. The solution to the murder of Sir Magnus Pye had been kept secret because of the way it related to the murder of Alan Conway. I thought I heard something. Had there been a creak on the stairs outside? I turned the page and began to read. Atticus Pund took one last walk around Saxby-on-Avon, enjoying the morning sunshine. He had slept well and taken 2 pills when he woke up. He felt refreshed and his head was clear. He had arranged to meet Detective Inspector Chubb at the Bath police station in an hour's time, and had left James Fraser to see to the suitcases and to settle the bill while he stretched his legs. He had not been to the village very long, but a strange way he felt he had come to know it intimately. The church, the castle, the antique shop in the square, the bus shelter, and Queen's Arms, and the ferryman, Dingle Dell, and, of course, Pye Hall. He could no longer see them separately. They had become the chessboard on which the particular game, surely his last, had been played. It was his last game because he was dying. Atticus Pund and Alan Conway were going out together. That was what this was all about. A writer and a character he both hated, both heading towards their Reichenbach Falls. Or Reichenbach? Is that a Sherlock Holmes thing? It had come to me at Paddington Station, the extraordinary moment that all of them must have felt. Poirot, Holmes, Wimsey, Marple, Morse, but which their authors had never fully explained. What was it like for them? A slow process, like constructing a jigsaw, or did it come in a rush? One last turn in a toy kaleidoscope, when all the colors and shapes tumbled and twisted into each other, forming a recognizable image. That was what had happened to me. The truth had been there, but it had taken a final nudge for me to see it. All of it. Would it have happened if I hadn't met Jemima Humphreys? I'll never know for sure, but I think I would have got here at the end. There were little bits of information, red herrings, and I had to get out of my head. For example, the television producer, Mark Redman, hadn't told me he'd stayed at the Crown Hotel in Framlingham over the weekend. Why not? The answer was quite simple when I thought about it. When he talked to me, he deliberately made it seem that he was on his own. It was only the receptionist at the hotel who mentioned that he was with his wife. But suppose it wasn't his wife. Suppose it was a secretary or a starlet. That would have been a good reason for a longer stay, and a good reason to lie about it. And then there was James Taylor. He really had been in London with his friends. The photograph of John White and Alan in the tower. White had gone round to see Alan on that Sunday morning. No wonder he and his housekeeper had looked uncomfortable when I spoke to them. The two of them had argued about lost investment, but it wasn't White who attempted to kill Alan. It was the other way around. Wasn't that obvious? Alan had grabbed hold of him at the top of the tower, and the two of them had grappled for a moment. That was what the photograph showed. It was actually Alan's killer who had taken it. I flicked through the pages more. I'm not sure I particularly cared who killed Sir Magnus Pye. Not at the moment, anyway. But I knew what I was looking for, and sure enough, there it was. In part 2 of the final chapter. It took him a short time to write the letter, sitting with a cup of tea in a quiet corner of the Queen's Arms. Dear James, by the time you read this, it will be finished. You will forgive me for not having spoken to you earlier, for not taking you into my confidence. But I am sure that in time you will understand. There are some notes which I have written and which you will find in my desk. They relate to my condition and to the decision that I have made. I want to be understood that the doctor's diagnosis is clear, and for me, there can be no possibility of reprieve. I have no fear of death. I would like to think that my name will be remembered. What are you doing, Susan? That was as far as I'd got when I heard the voice coming from the door, and looked up to see Charles Clover standing there. So there had been someone on the stairs. He was wearing corduroy trousers and a baggy jersey with a coat hanging loosely open. He looked tired. I found the missing chapters, I said. Yes, I can see that. There was a long silence. It was only 6:30, but it felt later. There was no sign of any traffic outside. Why are you here? I asked. I'm taking a few days off. I came to get some things. How's Laura? She had a little boy. They're going to call him George. That's a nice name. I thought so. He moved into the room and sat down in one of the armchairs. I was standing behind his desk, so it was as if our positions had been reversed. I can explain to you why I hid the pages, Charles said. I knew that he had already started thinking up an explanation, and that whatever he said, it wouldn't be true. There is no need to, I said. I already know everything. Really? I know you killed Alan Conway. And I know why. Why don't you sit down? He waved a hand towards the cabinet where he kept his drinks. Would you like a glass of something? Thank you. I went over and poured 2 glasses of whiskey. I was glad that Charles had made it easier for me. The two of us had known each other for a very long time, and I was determined that we were going to be civilized. I still wasn't sure what would happen next. I assumed that Charles would telephone Detective Superintendent Locke and turn himself in. I gave him the drink and sat down opposite. I think the tradition is that you tell me what happened, Charles said. Although we can always do the other way around if you prefer. Aren't you going to deny it? I can see it would be completely pointless. You found the pages. You could have hidden them more carefully, Charles. I didn't think you'd look. I must say, I was very surprised to find you in my office. I'm surprised to see you too. He raised his glass in an ironic toast. He was my boss, my mentor, a grandfather and godfather. I couldn't believe that we were having this conversation. Nonetheless, I began. Not quite at the beginning, as I would have liked, but I was finally wearing the hat of the detective, not the editor. That's my little chibi. going to munch on a cough drop. Alan Conway hated Atticus Pond, I said. He thought himself as a great writer, a Salman Rushdie, a David Mitchell, someone people would take seriously when all he was doing was churning out potboilers, murder mysteries which were making him a fortune, but which he himself despised. The book that he showed you, the slide, that was what he really wanted to write. It was dreadful. I know. Charles looked surprised, so I told him. I found it in his office and I read it. I agree with you. It was derivative and it was rubbish. But it was about something. It was his view of society, how the old values of literature classes had rotted away and how without them, the rest of the country was slipping into some sort of moral and cultural abyss. It was his big statement, and he just couldn't see that it would never be published, and it would never be read because it was no good. He believed that it was what he was born to write, and he blamed Atticus Pond for getting in the way and spoiling everything for him. Did you know that it was Melissa Conway who suggested he should write a detective novel? No, she never told me that. It was one of the reasons he divorced her. Those books made him a fortune. He didn't care. He had £1 million. Then he had £10 million. He could have had £100 million, but he didn't have what he wanted, which was respect. The imprimatur of a great writer. And as mad as it sounds, he wasn't the only successful writer who felt that way. Look at Ian Fleming and Conan Doyle, even A.A. Milne. Milne disliked Winnie the Pooh because he was so successful, but I think the big difference is that Alan hated Pond from the start. He never wanted to write any of the books, and when he became famous, he couldn't wait to get rid of him. Are you saying I killed him because he wouldn't write anymore? No, Charles. I dug into my handbag and took out a packet of cigarettes. To hell with office regulations. We're talking murder here. We'll get to why you killed him in a minute. But first of all, I'm going to tell you what happened, and also how you gave yourself away. Why don't we start with that, Susan? I'd be interested to know. How you gave yourself away? The funny thing is, I remember the moment exactly. It was like an alarm bell went off in my head, but I didn't make the connection. I suppose it was because I simply couldn't imagine you as a killer. I kept thinking you were the last person to want Alan dead. Go on. Well, when I was in your office, the day we heard that Alan committed suicide, you made a point of telling me that you hadn't been in Framlingham for 6 months, not since March or April. It was an understandable lie. You were trying to distance yourself from the scene of the crime, but the trouble is, when we drove up to the funeral together, you warned me to take a different route to avoid the roadwork in Earl Soham. They'd only just started, Mark. Mark Redmond told me that. And the only way you could have known about them is if you'd been there more recently. You must have driven through Earl Soham and on the Sunday morning when you killed Alan. Charles considered what I had said and smiled half ruefully. You know, that's exactly the sort of thing Alan would have put in one of his books. I thought so too. I'll have a little more whiskey if you don't mind. I poured some for him, and a little more for myself. I needed to keep a clear head about Glenmorangie. But the Glenmorangie went very well with the cigarette. Is he drugging you? Alan didn't give you the manuscript of Magpie Murders at the Ivy Club, I said. It actually came here in the post on Tuesday, the 25th of August. Jemima opened the envelope and saw it. You must have read it the same day. I finished it on Wednesday. You had dinner with Alan on Thursday evening. He was already in London because he had an afternoon appointment with his doctor, Shayla Bennett. Her initials are in his diary. I wonder if that was when she told him the bad news, that his cancer was terminal. I can't imagine what it would have been going through his head when he sat down with you, but of course it was a horrible evening for the both of you. After dinner, Alan went back to his London flat, and the following day he wrote you a letter, apologizing for his bad behavior. It was dated the 28th of August, which was the Friday, and my guess is that he dropped it in by hand. I'd come back to that letter in a minute, but I want to get all my ducks in a row. Time lies, Susan. They always were your strong suit. You faked that business with the spilled coffee and fired Jemima on Friday morning. She was completely innocent, but you were already planning to kill Alan. You were going to make it look like suicide, but it would only work if you hadn't read Magpie Murders. Jemima had actually handed you the novel a few days earlier, but she'd probably seen Alan's letter too. You knew I was coming back from Dublin on Friday afternoon, and it was absolutely essential that she and I shouldn't meet. As far as I was concerned, you would be at home over the weekend, reading Magpie Murders, the same as me. It was your alibi. But what mattered just as much was that you should have no reason to kill Alan. You still haven't told me the reason. I will. I unscrewed a bottle of ink on Charles's desk and used the lid as an ashtray. I could feel the whiskey warming my stomach, encouraging me to continue. Alan drove back to Framlingham on either Friday evening or Saturday morning. You must have known that he'd broken up with James, and you guessed that he would be alone in the house. You drove up on Sunday morning, but when you arrived, you saw that there was someone with him, up on the roof. That was John White, his neighbor. You parked your car behind a bush where it wouldn't be seen. I noticed tire tracks when I was there, and watched what had happened. The two men had an altercation, which turned into a scuffle, and you took a photograph of the two just in case it might be useful. And it was, wasn't it, Charles? When I told you that I believed Alan had been murdered, you sent it to me. You put me on the wrong track. But it wasn't White who killed him. He left, and you watched him take the shortcut back to his house, through the trees. That was when you made your move. You went into the house. Presumably, Alan thought you had come to continue the conversation that had begun at the Ivy Club. He invited you to join him for breakfast on the tower, or maybe you talked your way up there. How you got up there doesn't really matter. The point is that when you got the opportunity, when his back was to you, you pushed him off. That was only part of it. After you'd kill him, you went into Alan's study. Because you'd read Magpie Murders, you know exactly what you were looking for. It was a gift, a suicide letter, written in Alan's own hand. We both knew Alan always wrote a first draft by hand. You had that letter that Alan had hand-delivered on Friday morning, but there was a second letter in the book, and you realized you could use it. I really have to kick myself, because I've been an editor for more than 20 years, and this must be the only crime ever committed that an editor was born to solve. I knew there was something strange about Alan's suicide letter, but I didn't see what it was, and now I know. Alan wrote pages 1 and 2 on Friday morning, but page 3, the actual page that signals his intention to kill himself, has been taken from the book. It's no longer Alan's voice. There's no slang, no swearing. It's formal, slightly stilted, as if it's been written by someone for whom English is a second language. For me, there can be no possibility of reprieve. It is also my hope that you will be able to complete the work of my book. It was not a letter from Alan to you. It was a letter from Pund to James Fraser. And the book he refers to is not Magpie Murders. It's the landscape of criminal investigation. You were incredibly lucky. I don't know exactly what Alan wrote to you, but the new page, what eventually became page 3, fitted in perfectly. You had to cut a little bit off the top, though. There's one line missing. The line that reads, "Dear James." I could have worked that out if I'd measured the pages, but I'm afraid that was something I'd missed. There was something else. To complete the illusion that all 4 pages belong to the same single letter, you added numbers to the top right corner. But if I'd looked more closely, I'd have seen the numbers were darker than the letters. You used a different pen. Otherwise, it was perfect. For Alan's death to appear like suicide, you needed a suicide letter, and now you had one. It still had to be delivered. The letter that Alan had actually sent you, the one apologizing about the dinner which you had received the day before, had been hand-delivered. You needed it to appear as if it had been posted from Ipswich. The answer was simple. You found an old envelope. I suppose it was one that Alan had sent you at some other time, and put your manufactured suicide note in there. You assumed that no one would look too closely at the envelope. It was the letter that mattered. But as it happens, I did notice 2 things. The envelope was torn. I assumed that you deliberately ripped through the postmark to obliterate the date. But there was something much more striking. The letter was handwritten, but the envelope was typed. It exactly reflected something that happened in Magpie Murders, and of course it stuck in my mind. So, let's get to the heart of the matter. You used part of the letter written by August Pund, and unfortunately, your plan was going to work. Nobody could read it. If anyone had put 2 and 2 together, the entire suicide theory would collapse, but that's why the chapter had to disappear. I have to say, I was puzzled why you were so unenthusiastic when I suggested traveling up to Framlingham to find them, but now I know why. You didn't want them to be found. You removed the handwritten pages. You took Alan's notebooks. You cleared the hard drive on his computer. It would mean losing the 9th book in the series, or postponing it until we could get someone to finish it. But for you, it was a price well worth paying. Charles sighed. Charles sighed a little and set down his glass, which was empty again. There was a strange, relaxed atmosphere in the room. The 2 of us could have been discussing the proof of a novel, as we had done so many times in the past. For some reason, I was sorry that Bella wasn't here. I don't know why. Perhaps it would have made everything that was unfolding feel a little more normal. I had a feeling you'd see through it all, Susan, he said. You're very clever. I've always known that. However, the motive. You still haven't told me why I killed Alan. It was because he was going to pull the plug on Atticus Pund, isn't that right? It all goes back to the dinner at the Ivy Club. That was when he told you. He had a radio interview with Simon Mayo the following week, and it would give him the perfect opportunity to do it. The one thing that would give him a good laugh before he died. Something that mattered even more than seeing the final book in print. You lied to me when you said he wanted to cancel the interview. It was still in his diary, and the radio station didn't know he was going to drop out. I think he wanted to go ahead. I think he was desperate. He was sick, Charles said. In more ways than one, I agree. What I find extraordinary is that he had been planning this all along, from the very day that he invented Atticus Pind. What sort of writer builds a self-destructive mechanism into his work and watches it tick away for 11 long years? But that was what Alan did. It was the reason why the last book had to be called Magpie Murders, and nothing else. He had built an acronym in the 9 titles. The first letter spelled out 2 words. An anagram. You knew? Alan told me. An anagram. But an anagram of what? In the end, it didn't take me too long to work it out. It wasn't the titles. They're perfectly innocent. It wasn't the characters. They were named after birds. It wasn't the policemen. They were nicked out of Agatha Christie's or based on people he knew. James Fraser was named after an actor. That just leaves one character. Atticus Pind. It's an anagram of a stupid... Forgive me if I don't spell out the last word. You can work it out easily enough for yourself, but personally I hate it. Swear words in books have always struck me as lazy and overfamiliar. But the C word is more than that. It's used by soured, frustrated men, nearly always about women. It's a word full of misogyny, cruelly offensive, and that's what it all came down to. That was what Alan Conway thought about the character that his ex-wife had got him to write. It was what summed up his feelings about the whole detective genre. He told you, didn't he? I went on. That's what happened at the Ivy Club. Alan told you he was going to share his little secret with the entire world when he went to Simon Mayo and show the following week. Yes. And that's why you had to kill him. You're absolutely right, Susan. Alan had drunk a fair bit. That very good wine I ordered. And he told me as we left the restaurant. He didn't care. He was going to die anyways. He was determined to take Atticus with him. He was a devil. You know what would happen if he'd had told people that? They would have hated him. There would have been no BBC television series. You can forget about that. We wouldn't have sold another book, not one. An entire franchise would have become valueless. So you did it for the money. That's putting it very bluntly. But I suppose it's true, yes. I spent 11 years building up this business, and I wasn't going to see it destroyed overnight by some ungrateful bastard who'd actually done very well out of us. I did it for my family and for my new grandson. You could see I did it in part for you, although I know you won't thank me. I also did it for the millions of readers all over the world who had invested in Atticus, who had enjoyed his stories and bought the books. I had absolutely no compunction whatsoever. My only regret is that you've managed to find out, which makes you my partner in crime. What do you mean? Well, I suppose it depends on what you intend to do. Have you told anyone else what you've told me? No. Then you might take the view that you don't need to. Alan is dead. He's going to die anyways. You've read the first page of his letter. He had the best 6 months. He had at best 6 months. I shortened his life about that amount of time and quite possibly saved him a great deal of suffering along the way. He smiled. I won't pretend that I was the uppermost in my mind. I think I did the world a favor. We need our literary heroes. Life is dark and complicated, but they shine out. They're the beacons that we follow. We have to be pragmatic about this, Susan. You're going to be the CEO of this company. My offer was made in good faith, and it still stands. Without Alexispund, there will be no company. If you don't want to think of yourself, think of everyone else in this building. Would you like to see them put out of their jobs? That's a little unfair, Charles. Cause and effect, my dear. That's all I'm saying. In a way, I'd been dreading this moment. It was all very well to unmask Charles Clover, but all along I'd been wondering what I'd do next. Everything he had just said had already occurred to me. The world was not exactly going to be worse off place without Alan Conway, his sister, his ex-wife, his son, Donald Lay, the vicar, Detective Superintendent Locke. They had all, to a greater or lesser extent, been harmed by him. And it was certainly true that he had been about to play a very mean trick on the people who loved his books. He was going to die anyways. But it was that "my dear" that decided me. There was something quite repellent about the way he addressed me. They were exactly the sort of words that Moriarty would have used, or Flambeau, or Carl Peterson, or Arnold Zeck. If it was true that detectives acted as moral beacons, why shouldn't their light guide me now? I'm sorry, Charles, I said. I don't disagree with what you say. I didn't like Alan, and what he did was horrible. But the fact that you killed him, and the fact is that you killed him, and I can't let you get away with it. I'm sorry, but I wouldn't be able to live with myself. You're going to turn me in? No, I don't need to be involved. I'm sure it'll be a lot easier for you if you called the police yourself. He smiled, very thinly. You realize that they'll send me to prison. I'll get life. I'll never come out. Yes, Charles. That's what happens when you commit murder. You surprise me, Susan. We've known each other for a very long time. I never thought you'd be so petty. Is that what you think? I shrugged. There's nothing else to say. He glanced at his empty glass, then back at me. How long can you give me? He asked. Would you allow me a week's grace? I'd like to spend some time with my family, and with my new grandson. I'll need to find Bella a home, that sort of thing. I can't give you a week, Charles. That would make me an accomplice. Maybe until the weekend? All right, that's fair enough. Charles got up and walked over to the bookshelf. His whole career was spread out in front of him. He had published many of those books himself. It also stood up. I also stood up. I had been sitting down for so long that I felt my knees creak. I'm really sorry, Charles, I said. Part of me was wondering if I'd made the right decision. I wanted to be out of the room. No, that's all right. Charles had his back to me. I completely understand. Good night, Charles. Good night, Susan. I turned and took a step towards the door. And right then, something hit me, incredibly hard on the back of the head. I saw an electric white flash, and it felt as if my whole body had been broken in half. The room tilted violently to one side, and I crashed down to the floor. End game. I was shocked, so taken by surprise that it actually took me a few minutes to work out what had happened. It may be that I was also briefly unconscious. When I opened my eyes, Charles was standing over me, with a look that can only describe as apologetic, I was lying on the carpet, my head close to the open door. Something trickled round my neck, coming from under my ear, and with difficulty, I reached up and touched it. When I moved my hand away, I saw that it was covered in blood. I had been hit extremely hard. Charles was holding something in his hand, but my eyes didn't seem to be working properly, as if something had been disconnected. In the end, I managed to focus as if I hadn't been frightened and in pain. I might have almost laughed. He was holding the gold dagger award that Alan had won for the Atticus Punt Investigates. If you've ever seen one of those before, it's a miniature-sized dagger encased in a fairly substantial block of perspex, rectangular with sharp edges. Charles had used it to club me down. I tried to speak, but the words wouldn't come. Perhaps I was still dazed, or perhaps I simply didn't know what to say. Charles examined me, and I think I actually saw the moment when he came to his decision. The life went out of his eyes, and it suddenly occurred to me that murderers are the loneliest people on the planet. It's a curse of Cain. The fugitive and the vagabond driven out from the face of the earth. However, he might try to justify it. Charles had parted company with the rest of humanity the moment he had pushed Alan off the tower, and the man who was sitting over me now was no longer my friend or colleague. He was empty. He was going to kill me, to silence me, because when you have killed one person, you have entered a sort of existential realm, where to kill 2 more or to kill 20 will make no difference. I knew this, and I accepted it. Charles would never know peace. He would never play happily with his grandchild. He would never be able to shave without seeing a face of a murderer. I found a little solace in that, but I would be dead. There was nothing I could do to prevent it. I was terrified. He set the award down. "Why do you have to be so bloody obstinate?" he asked in a voice that wasn't quite his own. "I didn't want you to go looking for the missing chapters. I didn't care about the bloody book. All I was doing was protecting everything I'd worked for, and my future. I tried to get you to back off. I tried to send you in the wrong direction, but you wouldn't listen. And now what am I going to do? I still have to protect myself, Susan. I'm too old to go to prison. You didn't have to go to the police. You could have just walked away. You're so bloody stupid." He wasn't exactly talking to me. It was more of a stream of consciousness, a conversation that he was having with himself. For my part, I lay where I was, unmoving. There was a searing pain in my head, and I was furious with myself. He had asked me if I had told anyone else what I knew. I should have lied. At the very least, I could have pretended I was with him, that I was happy to be an accomplice in Alan's death. I could have said that and walked out of the office. Then I could have called the police. I had brought this on myself. Charles, I croaked the single word. Something had happened to my eyesight. He was going in and out of focus. The blood was spreading around my neck. He had been looking around him and picked up something. It was a box of matches that I had used to light my cigarette. I only understood what he was going to do when I saw the flare of phosphorus. It looked huge. He seemed to disappear behind it. "I'm sorry, Susan," he said. He was going to set fire to the office. He was going to leave me to burn alive, getting rid of the only witness, and for that matter, the incriminating pages, which were all still on the desk, where I had left them. I saw his hand move in an arc, and as if a fireball had streaked across the room, swamping down beside the bookshelves. In a modern office, it would have hit the carpet and gone out, but everything about Cloverleaf Books was antique. The building, the wooden paneling, the carpets, the furnishings. The flames leapt up instantly, and I was so dazzled by the sight of them that I didn't even see him throw a second match, starting another blaze at the other side of the room. At this time, the fire rushed up the curtains and licking at the ceiling. The very air seemed to turn orange. I couldn't believe how quickly it happened. It was as if I was inside a crematorium. Charles moved towards me, a huge, dark figure that filled my vision. I thought he was going to step over me. I was lying in front of the door, but before he went, he lashed out one last time. I screamed as his foot slammed into my chest. I tasted blood in my mouth. There were tears flooding out of my eyes from the pain and the smoke. Then he was gone. The office blurred. The office burned gloriously. The building dated back to the 18th century, and it was a fire that was worthy of that time. I could feel it scorching my cheeks and hands, and I thought I must be alight myself. I might simply have lain there and died, but alarms had gone off throughout the building, and they jolted me awake. Somehow, I had found the strength to get up and stagger out of here. There was an explosion of wood and gas as one of the windows disintegrated, and that helped me too. I felt a cold wind rush in. It revived me a little and prevented the smoke from asphyxiating me. I reached up to find the side of the door. I used it to pull myself up. I could barely see. The orange and red of the flames was burning itself in my eyes. It hurt to breathe. Charles had broken some of my ribs, and I wondered, even then, how he could have brought himself to behave so brutally. This man I had known for so long. Anger spurred me on, and somehow I'd found myself on my feet, but that didn't help me. I had actually been safer closer to the floor. Standing up, I was surrounded by smoke and toxic fumes. I was seconds away from passing out. The alarms were pounding in my ears. If there were fire engines on the way, I wouldn't be able to hear them. I could hardly see. I couldn't breathe. And then I screamed as an arm snaked around my chest and grabbed hold of me. I thought Charles had come back to finish me off. But then I heard a single word shouted in my ear. "Susan!" I recognized the voice, the smell and feel of his chest as he pressed my head against it. It was Andreas, who had impossibly come out of nowhere to rescue me. "Can you walk?" he shouted. "Yes," I said now. With Andreas next to me, I could do anything. "I'm going to get you out of here." "Wait, there are some pages on the desk. Susan, we're not bloody leaving them." He thought I was mad, but he knew not to argue. He left me for a few seconds, then dragged me out of the room and helped me down the stairs. Tendrils of grey smoke following us, but the fire was spreading up and not down. And although I could barely see or think, with my whole body in pain and blood pouring out from the wound in my head, we managed to make it out. Andreas dragged me through the front door and across the road. When I turned round, the second and third floors were already ablaze, and although I could hear approaching sirens, I knew that nothing of the building could be saved. "Andreas," I said, "did you get the chapters?" I passed out before he could reply. Intensive care. I spent 3 days at the University College Hospital on the Euston Road, which actually didn't feel nearly long enough after what I'd been through. But that's how it is these days. The marvels of modern science and all that. And of course, they need the beds. Andreas stayed with me all that time, and the real intensive care came from him. I had 2 broken ribs, massive bruising, and a linear fracture to the skull. They gave me a CT scan, but fortunately I wouldn't need surgery. The fire had caused some scarring in my lungs and mucous membranes. I couldn't stop coughing and I hated it. My eyes still hadn't cleared up. This was a fairly common after a head injury, but the doctors had warned me that the damage might be more permanent. It turned out that Andreas had come to the office because he was upset about the argument we'd had on Sunday night, and had decided to surprise me with flowers and walk with me to the restaurant. It was a sweet thought, and it saved my life. But that wasn't the question I most wanted to ask. Andreas? It was the first morning after the fire. Andreas was my only visitor. I'd had a text from my sister Katie, who was on the way down. My throat was hurting, and my voice was a little more than a whisper. Why did you see Charles? The week, when I was on a book tour. You came to the office. Why didn't you tell me? It all came out. Andreas had been chasing a loan for his hotel, the Polydorus, and had flown back to England and had gone to a meeting at his bank. They had agreed to the idea in principle, but they needed a guarantor. That was what had brought him to Charles. I wanted to surprise you, he said. When I realized you were out of the office, I didn't know what to do. I felt guilty, Susan. I couldn't tell you about seeing Charles because I hadn't told you about the hotel. So I asked him to say nothing. I told you about it the very next time I saw you, but I felt bad all the same. I didn't tell Andreas that after I'd spoken to Melissa, I'd briefly suspected him of killing Ellen. He had a perfectly good motive. He was in the country, and at the end of the day, wasn't he the least likely suspect? It really should have been him. Charles had been arrested. 2 police officers came to see me on the day I left the hospital. They were nothing like Detective Superintendent Locke, or for that matter, Raymond Chubb. One was a woman, the other a nice Asian man. They spoke to me for about half an hour, taking notes, but I couldn't talk very much because my voice was still hoarse. I was drugged and in shock, and coughing all the time. They said they would come back for a full statement when I was feeling better. The funny thing is, after all that, I didn't even want to read the missing chapters of Magpie Murders. It wasn't that I had lost interest in who killed Mary Blackiston and her employer Sir Magnus Pye. It was just that I had felt I had more than my fair share of clues and murders, and anyways, there was no way I could manage this manuscript. My eyes weren't up to it. It was only after I'd get back to my flat on Crouch End that my curiosity returned. Andreas was still with me. He'd taken a week off school, and I got him to skim through the whole book, so that he would know the plot before he read the final chapters out loud. It was appropriate that I should hear them in his voice. They had only been saved thanks to him. This is how it ended. 7. A secret never to be told. 1. Atticus Pund took one last walk around Saxbion Aven, enjoying the morning sunshine. He had slept well, taken 2 pills when he woke up. He felt refreshed, and his head was clear. He had arranged to meet Detective Inspector Chubb at the Bath police station in an hour's time, and had left James Fraser to see to the suitcases and to settle the bill while he stretched his legs. He had not been in the village very long, but in a strange way, he felt he had come to know it intimately. The church, the castle, the antique shop in the square, the bus shelter, the Queen's Arms, and the ferrymen, Dingle and, of course, Pye Hall. He could no longer see them separately. They had become a chessboard on which this particular game, surely his last, had been played. Saxby could not have looked lovelier. It was still early, and for the moment, there was nobody in sight, no cars either. So it was possible to imagine a little community as it might have been a century ago. For a moment, the murder seemed almost irrelevant. After all, what did it matter? People had come and gone. They had fallen in love. They had grown up, and they had died. But the village itself, the grass verges and hedgerows, the entire backdrop against which the drama had been played, had remained unchanged. Years from now, someone might point out that the house where Sir Magnus had been murdered, or the place where his killer had lived, and there might be an "oh" of curiosity, but nothing more. Wasn't he that man who had his head cut off? Didn't somebody else die too? Snatches of conversation that would scatter like leaves in the wind. And yet, there had been some changes. The deaths of Mary Blackiston and Sir Magnus Pye had caused a myriad of tiny cracks that had reached out from their respective epicenters and which would take time to heal. Punt noticed the sign on the window of the Whitehead's antique shop, closed until further notice. He didn't know if Johnny Whitehead had been arrested for the theft of the stolen medals, but he doubted that the shop would open again. He walked up to the garage and thought of Robert Blackiston and Joy Sanderling, who wanted only to get married, but who had found themselves up against forces well beyond their comprehension. It saddened him to think that the girl on the day that she had come to visit him in London. What was it that she had said? It's not right. It's just so unfair. At that time, she could have no idea of the truth of those words. A movement caught his eyes, and he saw Clarissa Pye walking briskly towards the butcher shop, wearing a rather jaunty three-feathered hat. She did not see him. There was something about the way she carried herself that made him smile. She had benefited from the death of her brother. There could be no denying it. She might never inherit the house, but she had regained control of her life, which mattered more. Would that have been the reason to kill him? It was curious, really, how one man could make himself the target of so much hostility. He found himself thinking of Arthur Redwing, the artist whose best work had been desecrated, sliced apart and burned. Arthur might consider himself an amateur. He had never achieved greatness as an artist, but Pund knew all too well that the passion had burned in the heart of any creative person, and which... calling creative person a creature... It's very accurate. But Pund knew all too well the passion that burned in the heart of any creative person, and which could easily be subverted and turned into something dangerous. Or what of Dr. Redwing herself? The last time she had spoken of Sir Magnus, she had been unable to disguise her hatred, not just of him, but of all he stood for. And, more than anyone, had known the hurt that he had caused her husband, and Pund knew, from past experience, that there is no powerful person in an English vision... That there is no more powerful person in an English village than the doctor, and, in certain circumstances, the doctor will also be the most dangerous. He had walked some of the way down High Street, and he could see Dingledale stretching out to his left. He could have taken the shortcut through Pye Hall, but he decided not to. He had not wished to meet with Lady Pye or her new partner. They, of all people, had the most to gain from the death of Sir Magnus. It was the oldest story in the book. The wife, the lover, the cruel husband, the sudden death. Well, they might think they were free to be together, but Pund was quite certain that it would never work out. There were some relationships that succeeded only because they are impossible. They actually needed unhappiness to continue. It would not take Francis Pye long to tire of Jack Dartford, as handsome as he undoubtedly was. To all intents and purposes, she now owned Pye Hall, or was it that Pye Hall owned her? Matthew Blackiston had said it. It was cursed, and Pund could not disagree. He made a conscious decision and turned back. He did not want to see that place again. He would have liked to have spoken to Brent one more time. It was odd that the role of groundsman in everything that had happened had never been fully explained. Detective Inspector Chubb had dismissed him almost entirely from the investigation, and yet Brent had been the first to discover Tom Blackiston after he had drowned, as well as see Sir Magnus before he was decapitated. For that matter, it was Brent who claimed to have discovered the body of Mary Blackiston, and it was certainly he who had telephoned Red Wing. Why had Sir Magnus so arbitrarily dismissed him just before his own death? Pund feared that the answer to this question may never be known. He had very little time left to him, and every sense this morning would set out his thoughts on what had occurred in Saxby-on-Avon. But the afternoon he would be gone. And what of Dingle Dell? The stretch of woodland between the vicarage and Pye Hall seemed to have played a large part in the narrative, but Pund had never considered it. In itself, a motive for murder, if only because the death of Sir Magnus would not necessarily prevent the development going ahead. Even so, people had behaved very foolishly. They had allowed their emotions to run away with them. Pund thought of Diana Weaver, the stolid cleaning lady who had taken it upon herself to write a poison pen letter, using her employer's typewriter. As things had turned out, he had been unable to ask her about the envelope, but it didn't matter. He had guessed the answer anyway. He had solved this case, not so much by concrete evidence as by conjecture. In the end, there could only be one way that it would all make sense. He retraced his steps, walking up the high street. He found himself back in the cemetery of St. Bottles, passing beneath a large elm tree that grew beside the gate. He glanced up at the branches. They were empty. He continued towards the newly dug grave with its temporary wooden cross and plaque. Mary Elizabeth Blackiston, 5th of April, 1887 to 15th of July, 1955. This was where it all began. It had been the death of Robert's mother, and the fact that the two of them had argued publicly just days before that, which had driven Joy Sanderling to his office in Farringdon. Oh, so it was him? He killed Magnus? Pund knew now that everything had happened in Saxby-on-Avon had stemmed from that death. He imagined the woman lying beneath him in the cold soil. He had never met her, but he felt he knew her. He remembered the entries he'd made in her diary, the poisoned view she had taken of the world around her. He thought of poison. There was a footfall behind him, and he turned to see Reverend Robin Osborne walking towards him, making his way between the graves. He did not have his bicycle with him. It was strange that, on the night of the murder, both he and his wife had been in the vicinity of Pye Hall, the one supposedly looking after the other. The one supposedly looking for the other. The vicar's bicycle had also been heard passing the ferryman during the course of the evening, and Matthew Blackiston had actually seen it parked outside the lodge. Poon was glad to have come across the vicar one last time. There was still a certain matter to be accounted for. "Oh, hello, Mr. Punt," Osborne said. He glanced down at the grave. Nobody had left any flowers. "Have you come here for inspiration?" "No, not at all," Punt replied. "I'm leaving the village today. I was merely passing through on my way back to the hotel." "You're leaving? Does that mean you've given up on us?" "No, Mr. Osborne. It means the exact opposite." "You know who killed her?" "Yes, I do." "I'm very glad to hear it. I've often thought it must be very hard to rest in peace when your murderer is walking on the ground just above you. It offends all the ideas of natural justice. I don't suppose there's anything you can tell me, although I probably shouldn't ask." Punt made no reply. Instead, he changed the subject. "The words you spoke at the funeral of Mary Blackiston, they were of great interest," he said. "Do you think so? Thank you." You said that she was a great part of the village, that she embraced life here. Would you be surprised to learn that she kept a diary in which she recorded nothing but the darkest and most unkind observations about the people who lived on Saxby-on-Avon? "I would be surprised, Mr. Punt, yes. I mean, she did have a way of insinuating herself, but I never did detect any particular malice in anything she did." "She made an entry about you and Miss Osborne. It seems that she visited you the day before she died. Do you have any recollection of that?" "I can't say." Osborne was a terrible liar. His hands were writhing, and his entire face was drawn and unnatural. Of course he saw her, standing in the kitchen. "I heard you were having trouble with wasps." And the pictures, lying face up on the kitchen table. Why were they there? Why hadn't Henrietta put them away? "She used the word shocking in her diary," Pund went on. "She also said that it was dreadful, and asked herself what action she should take. Do you know what she was referring?" "I have no idea." "Then I will tell you. It very much puzzled me, Mr. Osborne, why your wife should have needed a treatment for belladonna poisoning. Dr. Redwing had purchased a vial of physostigmine for that very purpose. She had stepped in a clump of deadly nightshade." "That's right." "But the question I asked myself was, why was your wife not wearing shoes?" "Yes, you did mention it at that time, and my wife had said—" "Your wife did not tell me the entire truth. She was not wearing shoes because she was not wearing anything else either. This is the reason why you were both so reluctant to tell me where you were
reluctant to tell me where you had been on holiday. In the end, you were forced to give me the name of your hotel. Shipley Court in Devonshire. And it was the matter of one simple telephone call to discover that Shipley Court is well known as a resort for naturists. It is the truth of the matter, is it not, Mr. Osborne? You and your wife are followers of naturism.
Osborne swallowed hard. Yes.
And Mary Blackiston found evidence of this.
She found photographs.
Do you have any idea what she intended to do?
No. She said nothing. And the next day, he cleared his throat, my wife and I were completely innocent, he said, suddenly the words tumbling out. Naturism is a political and cultural movement, which also related very much to good health. There's nothing unclean about it, and nothing, I assure you, that would demean or undermine my calling. I could mention that Adam and Eve were unaware that they were naked. It was their natural state. It was only after that they had eaten the apple that they'd been ashamed. Hen and I travelled to Germany together, before the war, and that was where we had our first experience. It appealed to us. We kept it a secret simply because we felt that there were people here who might not understand, who might be offended.
And Dingle Dell.
It was perfect for us. It gave us freedom, somewhere where we could walk together without being seen. I hasten to add, Mr. Brund, that we did nothing wrong. I mean, there was nothing carnal. He had chosen the word carefully. Oh my god, you can see my little tube coughing. We had simply walked in the moonlight. You were there with us. You know what a lovely place it is. So much detail. Yeah. It moves way more than my janky ass model. It's so fun. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're in the last hour of this book. More coughs.
And all was well until your wife stepped onto the poisonous plant.
All was well until Mary saw the pictures. But don't think for a minute, you can't think that I harmed her because of it.
I know exactly how Mary Blackiston died, Mr. Osborne.
You said you were about to leave.
In a few hours from now. And this one secret I will take with me. You and your wife have nothing to fear. I will tell no one.
Robin Osborne let out a deep breath. Thank you, Mr. Brund. We've been so worried, you've no idea. His eyes brightened. Have you heard? According to the agents in Bath, Lady Pye isn't intending to continue with the development. The Dell is going to be left alone.
I'm very glad to hear it. You were certainly correct, Mr. Osborne. It is a very beautiful place. Indeed, you have given me an idea.
Atticus Pund left the cemetery on his own. He still had 15 minutes until the meeting with Raymond Chubb, and there was one thing he had to do. It took him two. Oh, it took him a short time to write the letter, sitting with a cup of tea in a quiet corner of the Queen's Arms. Dear James, by the time you read this, it will all be finished. You will forgive me for not having spoken to you earlier, for not taking you into my confidence. But I am sure that in time you will understand. There are some notes which I have written and which you will find in my desk. They relate to my condition and to the decision I have made. I want to be understood that the doctor's diagnosis is clear, and for me, there can be no possibility of reprieve. I have no fear of death. I would like to think that my name will be remembered. I have achieved great success in a life that has gone on long enough. You will find that I have left you a small bequest in my will. This is partly to recognize the many years we have spent together. But it is also my hope that you will be able to complete the work of my book and to prepare it for publication. You are now its only guardian. But I am confident that it will be safe in your hands. Otherwise, there are few people who will mourn for me. I leave behind no dependents. As I prepare to take leave of this world, I feel that I have used my time well and hope that I will be remembered for the success that you and I shared together. I would ask you to apologize to my friend, Detective Inspector Tubb. As will become apparent, I have used the photostigmine which I took from Clarissa Pye, and which I should have returned to him. I understand it will be tasteless, and I believe it will provide me with an easy passage. But even so, it was a betrayal of trust, even a small crime for which I am sorry. Finally, although it surprises me, I would like my ashes to be scattered in the woodland known as Dingle Dell. I do not know why I ask this. I know that I am not of a romantic disposition, but it is the scene of my last case, and it seems fitting. It is also a very peaceful place. It seems right. I take my leave of you, my old friend, with respectful good wishes. I thank you for your loyalty and companionship, and hope that you will consider returning to acting, and that you will enjoy a long and prosperous career. He signed the letter and slid it into an envelope that was sealed and marked "Private" to Mr. James Fraser. He would not need it for a while, but he was glad that it was done. Finally, he drank his tea and went on to the waiting car. 3. There were 5 of them in the office in Bath, framed by 2 double-height windows. The atmosphere strangely silent and still. Life continued on the other side of the glass, but in here it seemed to be trapped in a moment which had always been inescapable, and which had finally arrived. Detective Inspector Raymond Chubb had taken his place behind the desk, even though he had little to say. He was barely more than a witness, but this was his office, his desk, his authority, and he hoped that made it clear. Atticus Pym was next to him, one hand stretched out on the polished surface, as if somehow afforded him the right to be here. His rosewood cane rested diagonally against the arm of his chair. James Fraser was tucked away in the corner. Joyce Sanderling had come to London, and who had drawn Pund into this in the first place, sat opposite them in a chair, which had been carefully positioned, as if she had been called here for a job interview. Robert Blackiston, pale and nervous, sat next to her. They had spoken little since they had arrived. It was Pund who was the focus of attention, and who now began. Oh, don't tell me it was Miss Death. It's Joyce Sanderling? Who's the murderer? I still don't know. We're like on the final chapter. It was Pund who was the focus of attention, who now began.
Miss Sanderling, he said, I have invited you here today because you are in many respects my client, which is to say, I first heard of Sir Magnus Pye and his affairs through you. You come to me not so much because you wanted me to solve a crime. Indeed, we could not be sure that any crime had been committed, but to ask for my assistance in the matter of your marriage to Robert Blackiston, which you felt to be under threat. It was perhaps wrong of me to refuse to do what you asked, but I hope you will understand that I had personal matters to consider at that time, and my attention was elsewhere. The day after your visit, I read of the death of Sir Magnus, and it was this that changed my mind. Even so, from the moment that I arrived on Saxby-on-Avon, I felt myself to be working only on your behalf. Sorry, not only on your behalf, but also for your fiancé. And that is why it is only right that you should both be invited to hear the fruits of my deliberations. I would like you to also know that I was very saddened that you felt the need to take matters in your own hands and to advertise your private life to the entire village. That could not have been pleasant for you, and it was my responsibility. I must ask you to forgive me. If you've solved the murders, and Robert and I can get married, I'll forgive anything, Joy said. Yes. He turned briefly to Chubb. We have two young people who are very evidently very much in love. It was clear to me now how much this marriage means to the both of you. And good luck to them, Chubb muttered. If you know who did it, why don't you tell us? Robert Blackiston had spoken for the first time, and there was a quiet venom in his voice. Then Joy and I can leave. I've already decided. We're not going to stay on Saxby-on-Avon. I can't stand that place. We're going to find somewhere far away and start again. We'll be all right if we're together. Joy reached out and touched his hand. Then I will begin, Pund said. He drew his hand away from the desk and rested it on the arm of his chair. Even before I arrived on Saxby-on-Avon, when I read of the murder of Sir Magnus and in the Times newspaper, I was aware that I was dealing with a strange coincidence. The housekeeper falls to her death in what appears to be a straightforward domestic accident, and then, not 2 weeks later, the man who employed her also dies, and this time it is unmistakably a murder of the most gruesome sort. I say that it is a coincidence, but what I mean that is in fact quite the opposite. There must be a reason why these two events have collided, so to speak, but what is it? Could there be a single motive for the death of both Sir Magnus Pye and his housekeeper? What could be achieved if they were both put out of the way? Briefly, Pun's eyes burned into the two young people sitting in front of him. It did occur to me that the marriage of which you spoke, and which you both desired so fervently, might provide a motive. We know that, for reasons that may be distasteful, Mary Blackiston was opposed to the union. But I have dismissed this line of thought. First, she had no power to prevent the marriage, at least so far as we know. So there is no reason to kill her. Also, there is no evidence to suggest that Sir Magnus was concerned in one way or another. Indeed, he had always been amicably disposed towards Mary Blackiston's son, and would surely wish to see it go ahead.
He knew about the marriage, Robert said. He didn't have any objections at all. Why would he have? Joy is a wonderful girl, and you're right. He was always kind to me, but he wanted me to be happy.
I agree. But if we cannot find a single reason for the two deaths, what are the alternatives? Could there have been two murderers in Saxby-on-Avon, acting independently, as if each of each other, with two quite different sets of motivation? That sounds a little unlikely, to say the least. Or could it be one death was in some way the cause of the other? We now know that Mary Blackiston collected many secrets about the lives of the villagers. Did she know something about somebody that put her in danger? And had she perhaps told Sir Magnus? Let us not forget that he was her closest confidant. And while I was turning these matters over in my mind, there was a third crime that presented itself to me. For on the evening of Mary Blackiston's funeral, someone broke into Pye Hall. It seemed to be an ordinary burglary, but in a month in which two people die, nothing is ordinary any more. This was soon proven to be the case, for although one silver buckle was stolen in London, the rest of the proceeds were merely thrown in the lake. Why was that? Was the burglar disturbed, or did he have some other aim? Could it be that he simply wished to remove the silver rather than to profit from it?
You mean it was some sort of provocation? Chubb said.
Sir Magnus was proud of his Roman silver. It was part of his legacy. It could have been taken simply to spite him. That thought did occur to me, Detective Inspector.
Pund leaned forward.
There was one other aspect of the case that I found very difficult to understand, he said, and that was the attitude of Mary Blackiston.
I never understood her either, Robert muttered.
Let us examine her relationship with you. She loses one son in a tragic accident, and this makes her watchful, domineering, over-possessive. You know that I met with your father.
Robert stared. When?
Yesterday. My colleague Fraser drove me to his home in Cardiff. He told me in great detail that was of interest. After the death of your brother Tom, your mother closed in on you. Even he was not allowed to come near you. She could not bear having you out of her sight, and so, for example, she was angry when you chose to go to Bristol. It was the only time that she argued with Sir Magnus, who had, at that time, concerned himself with your well-being. All of this makes sense. A woman who had lost one child quite naturally became obsessive with the other. I can also understand that relationship can be uncomfortable and even poisonous. The arguments between you were natural. It is very sad, but inevitable. But this is not what I do not understand. Why was she so opposed to the marriage? It makes no sense. Her son has found, if I may say so, a charming companion in Miss Sanderling. Here is a local girl from a good family. Her father is a fireman. She works in a doctor's surgery. She does not intend to take Robert away from the village. It is a perfect match, and yet from the very start, Mary Blackiston responds only with hostility. Why? Joy blushed. I've no idea, Mr. Pund. Well, we can help you there. We can help you there. Miss Sanderling, Chubb cut in. You have a brother with Down syndrome. Paul, what's he got to do with that? Mrs. Blackiston set down her thoughts in a diary that we found. She had some idea that the condition would be passed on to any grandchildren who might have. That was her problem. Pund shook his head. I'm sorry, Dr. Detective Inspector, he said, but I do not agree. She made it clear enough from where I was standing, Mr. Pund. This awful sickness infecting her family. Horrible words, but that's exactly what she wrote. They are words that you may have misinterpreted, Pund sighed. In order to understand Mary Blackiston, it is necessary to go back in time, to the defining moment in her life. She glanced at Robert. I hope it will not distress you, Mr. Blackiston. I'm referring to the death of your brother. I've lived with it for most my life, Robert said. There's nothing you can say that will upset me now. There are several aspects of the accident that I find puzzling. Let me begin, for a moment, with your mother's reaction to what happened. I cannot understand a woman who continues to live at the very scene where it took place, where she lost her child. Every day she walks past the lake, and I have to say myself, is she punishing herself for something she had done, or for something she knows? Could it be that she had been driven by a sense of guilt ever since that dreadful day? I visited the lodge, and tried to imagine what it would be like for her, and indeed for you, living together in that grim place, surrounded by trees, permanently in shadow. The house did not yield many secrets, but there was one mystery, a room on the second floor that your mother kept locked. Why? What had been the purpose of that room, and why did she never go in there? There was little that remained in the room, a bed and a table, and inside the table, the collar of a dog that had also died. That was Bella, Robert said. Yes. Bella had been a gift from your father to your brother, and Sir Magnus did not like having it on his land. When I spoke to your father yesterday, he suggested that Sir Magnus had killed the dog in the cruelest way possible. I could not be sure of the truth of that, but I will tell you what I thought. Your brother drowns. Your mother falls down the stairs. Sir Magnus is brutally killed. And now we have Bella, a crossbreed, whose throat was cut. It is another violent death to add to the veritable catalogue of violent deaths that we find in Pye Hall. Oh my goodness. Cough drops, yay! Where were we? Violent deaths. Why was the collar of the dog kept there? There was something else about the room that I'd noticed immediately. It was the only one in the house that had a view of the lake. That, in itself, I thought most significant. Next, I saw myself for what purpose was the room used when Mary Blackiston lived at the lodge. I had assumed, incorrectly, that it was the bedroom used either by yourself or your brother.
It was my mother's sewing room, Robert said. I'd have told you if you'd asked me.
I did not need to ask you. You mentioned to me that you and your brother had a game in which you knocked on the walls of your bedrooms, sending each other codes. You must therefore have had adjoining rooms, and so followed the room across the corridor must have had another purpose. Your mother did a lot of sewing, and it seemed very likely to me that this is where she liked to work.
That's all very well, Mr. Pond, Shope said. But I don't see where this goes.
We're almost there, Detective Inspector. But first let me examine the accident as it happened for, as I have already stated, that too presents certain problems. According to the testimony of both Robert and his father, Tom was searching for a piece of gold, which was in fact in the bulrushes besides the waters, because that is where Sir Magnus has hidden it. Now let us remember, he was not a small child. He was 12 years old. He was intelligent. I have to ask you, he have entered the cold and muddy water in belief that there was gold there? From what I understand, the games that the two boys played were very formal. They were organized by Sir Magnus, who concealed the treasure and provided specific clues. If Tom was beside the lake, he might well have worked out where the gold was to be found, but there was no need to be right past it into the lake. That makes no sense. And there is another detail also that troubles me. Brent, the groundsman, discovered the body.
He was always skulking around, Robert cut in. Tom and I were afraid of him.
I am willing to believe it. But there is now a question that I wish to put to you. Brent was very precise in his description. He pulled your brother out of the water and laid him on the ground. You arrived moments later. And what reason could there be for you to plunge into the water yourself?
I wanted to help.
Of course. But your brother was already out of the water. Your father said he was lying on dry land. Why would you want to make yourself cold and wet?
Robert frowned. I don't know what you want me to say, Mr. Pound. I was 14 years old. I don't even remember what happened, really. I was only thinking about Tom, getting him out of the water. There was nothing else in my mind.
No, Robert. I think there was. I think you wanted to disguise the fact that you were already wet yourself.
The entire room seemed to come to a halt, as if it were a piece of film caught in a projector. Even outside in the street, nothing moved.
Why would he want to do that?
Joy asked. There was a slight tremor in her voice.
Because he had been fighting with his brother beside the lake a few moments before. He had killed his brother by drowning him.
That's not true. Robert's eyes blazed. For a moment, Fraser thought he was going to leap out of his chair, and readied himself to go to Poon's rescue, if need be.
So much of what I say is based upon conjecture, Poon said. And trust me when I say I do not hold you entirely responsible for the crime you committed as a child. But let us look at the evidence. A dog is given to your brother, not you. It dies in terrible circumstance. You and your brother search for a piece of gold. He finds it, not you. It dies in terrible circumstances. Sorry, not you. And this time it is he who is punished. Your father told me that you and Tom fought often. He worried about you. Because of your moods, the way that you would take yourself off for solitary walks, even at so young an age. He did not see what your mother had seen, that from the time of your birth, a difficult birth, there was something wrong with you, that you were prepared to kill. No, Mr. Pund. This time, it was Joy who protested. You're not talking about Robert. Robert is nothing like that. Robert is very much like that, Miss Sanderling. You yourself told me what a difficult time he had at school. He did not make friends easily. The other children mistrusted him. Perhaps they were aware that there was something not quite right. And on the one occasion when he had left home, when he was working in Bristol, he became involved in a violent altercation, which led to his arrest and a night in jail. He broke the other chap's He broke the other chap's jaw and 3 of his ribs, Chubb added. He had evidently been checking the files. It is my belief that Mary Blackiston knew very well of the nature of her older son, Pund went on, and the simple truth is that she was not protecting him from the outside world. She was protecting the world from him. She had known, or suspected, what had happened to the dog Bella. Why else had she kept the collar? She had seen what happened at the lake. Yes, sitting at her table in the sewing room. She had watched as Robert killed Tom. Angry that it was his brother who had found the gold, and not he. And from that day on, she built a wall around him. Matthew Blackiston told us that she pulled up the drawbridge. She would not allow him to come close to Robert. But he did not understand why. She did not want him to learn the truth. And now we can understand, Miss Sanderling, the reason why she was so hostile to the idea of your marriage. Once again, it was not your suitability as a wife that concerned her. She knew her son for what he was, and she was determined that he would not become a husband. As for your brother, who was afflicted with Down syndrome, you completely misunderstand what she meant. She made a significant entry in her diary. All the time I was thinking about this awful sickness infecting her family. I fear both James Fraser and Detective Inspector Chubb misconstrued what she had written. The sickness that she was referring to was the madness of her son. She feared that it might one day, in the future, infect Miss Sanderling's family, should the marriage be allowed to go ahead. I'm leaving. Robert Blackiston got to his feet. I don't have to listen to any more of this nonsense. You're staying right where you are, Chubb told him. There are 2 men on the other side of that door, and you're not going anywhere until Mr. Pund has finished. Robert looked around him wildly. So what other theories do you have, Mr. Pound? Are you going to say that I killed my mother to stop her talking? Is that what you think? No, Mr. Blackiston. I know perfectly well that you did not kill your mother. If you will sit down, I will tell you exactly what occurred. Robert Blackiston hesitated, then retook his seat. Fraser could not help notice that Joy Sanderling had twisted away from him. She looked utterly miserable and was avoiding his eye. Let us put ourselves inside the mind of your mother, Pund continued. Again, much of this must be conjecture, but it is the only way that the events which have presented themselves to us will make any sense. She is living with a son whom she knows to be dangerously disturbed. In her own way, she is trying to protect him. She watches his every move. She never lets him out of her sight. But as their relationship becomes more fractious and unpleasant, as the scenes between them become more violent, she gets worried. What if, in this madness, her son turns to her? She has one confidant. She looks up to Sir Magpie as a man of wealth and good breeding. He is far above her, an aristocrat no less. She has, on many occasions, helped the family matters. He has employed her. He has invented games for her children, keeping them amused while their father is away. He stood by her after the breakup of her marriage, and later he has found work for her surviving son. He has even used his influence to extricate Robert from jail. She cannot tell him about the murder. He would be horrified and might abandon them both. But she had an idea. She gives him a sealed envelope, which contains a letter setting out the truth, the murder of her younger son, the killing of the dog, perhaps other incidents which we will never know. She describes Robert Blackiston as he really is, but here is the trick of it. The letter is to be opened only in the event of her death, and after it has been delivered, after it has been locked away. She tells Robert exactly what she has done. The letter will act as a safety net. Sir Magnus will be true to his word. He will not open it. He will merely keep it safe. But should anything ever happen to her, should she die in strange or suspicious circumstances, then he will read it, and he will know who is responsible. It is a perfect arrangement. Robert dare not attack her. He can do her no harm. Thanks to the letter, he has been neutralized. You don't know this, Robert said. You can't know it. I know everything. Prune paused. Let us now return to the death of Mary Blackiston, and see how the events unfold. Who did kill her? Chubb demanded. Nobody, Prune smiled. That is what is so extraordinary and unfortunate about this whole affair. She really did die as a result of an accident. Nothing more. Wait a minute, Fraser spoke from the corner of the room. You told me that Matthew Blackiston killed her. He did, but not intentionally. He was not even aware that he was responsible. You will remember, James, that he had a strange premonition that his wife was in danger, and telephoned her that morning. You will also recall that the telephones at the top part of the house were not working. Lady Pye told us as much when we were with her. So what happened was very simple. Mary Blackiston was cleaning with the hoover at the top of the stairs. The telephone rang, and she had to run all the way down the stairs to open it. Her foot caught on the wire and she fell, dragging the hoover with her, wedging it at the top of the banister. It seems obvious to me that the accident was the only sensible explanation. Mary Blackiston was alone in the house. Her keys were on the back door, which was locked. Brent was working at the front. He would have seen if anyone had come out. And to push somebody down the stairs, it is not a sensible way to attempt murder. How can you be sure that they would actually die? It may be that they caused themselves only a serious injury. The inhabitants of Saxby-on-Avon thought otherwise. They spoke only of murder. And to make matters worse, Mary Blackiston and her son had argued only a few days before. I wish you'd drop dead. Give me a bit of peace. It may not have occurred to Robert immediately, but the exact conditions of his mother's letter, at least insofar as we imagine it, had been met. She had died valiantly. He was the prime suspect. It was all brought home to him a week later at the funeral. The vicar has kindly lent me his sermon, and I have read his exact words. Although we are here today to mourn her departure, we should remember what she left behind. He told me that Robert was startled and covered his eyes when he heard that. It was with good reason. It was not because he was upset. It was because he remembered what his mother had left behind. Fortunately, Sir Magnus and Lady Pye were not in the village. They were on holiday at the south of France. Robert had a little time, and he acted immediately. The same night he broke into Pye Hall, using the same door that Brett had damaged when the body was found. His task was simple. He must find and destroy the letter before Sir Magnus returns. Pund looked again at Robert. You must have been furious at the unfairness of it all. You had done nothing. It was not your fault. But if the letter was read, the secrets of your childhood would be known, and the marriage would be stopped. He now turned to Joy, who had been listening to all of this with a look of complete dismay. I know that this cannot be easy for you, Miss Sanderling, and it gives me no pleasure to destroy your hopes. But if there is a consolation, it is that the man sitting beside you does truly love you, and did what he did in hopes that he could still be with you. Joy Sanderling said nothing. Pund went on. Robert searched the house, but he found nothing. Sir Magnus had placed the letter in a safe in his study, along with all other private papers. The safe was concealed behind a painting and required a lengthy combination, with which Robert could not possibly know. He was forced to leave empty-handed, but now he had another problem. How to explain the break-in? If nothing had been taken, Sir Magnus and the police might suspect another motivation. When the letter came to light, that might lead them to him. The solution was simple. He opened the display case, removed the Roman silver that had been once found in Dingle Dell. He also took some of Lady Pye's jewellery. It now looked like a straightforward burglary. Of course, he had no interest in any of these items. He would not like to risk of selling them. So what did he do? He threw them into the lake, where they would have remained undiscovered, but for a piece of bad luck. He dropped a silver buckle belt as he hurried across the lawn, and next day Brent found it and sold it to Johnny Whitehead. That led to the discovery by police divers of the rest of the hoard, and so to the true reason for the break-in. The letter remained in the safe. Sir Magnus returned from France. For the next few days, he must have had other matters that occupied him, and it cannot have been easy for you, Robert, waiting for the call that you knew must come. What would Sir Magnus do? Would he go straight to the police, or would he have given you a chance to explain yourself? In the end, on the Thursday when his wife went to London, he summoned you to Pye Hall. And so, at last, we arrive to the scene of the crime. Sir Magnus has read the letter. It is hard to be sure of his reaction. He is shocked, certainly. Does he suspect Robert Blackiston of his mother's murder? It is quite possible. He is an intelligent, one might say, a diffident sort of man. He has known Robert well for many years, and he has no fear of him. And had he not always acted as Robert's mentor? However, just to be sure, he searches out his service revolver and places it in the drawer of the desk where Detective Inspector Chubb will find it later. It is an insurance policy, nothing more. At 7 o'clock, the garage closes. Robert returns home to wash and to change into smarter clothes for the meeting, at which he intends to plead his innocence and ask for Sir Magnus's understanding.
while other forces are at play. Matthew Blackiston is on his way from Cardiff to interrogate Sir Magnus about the treatment of his wife. Brent, who has recently been fired, works late and then goes to the ferryman. Robert Osborne has a crisis of conscience and goes to seek solace in the church. Henrietta Osborne becomes concerned and searches for her husband. Many of these paths will cross, but in such a way that no true pattern will emerge. What the heck am I supposed to do with that bedtime story, Ikaru? Read more story? It's because I have a book in front of my face. Oh, you saw me turn and look at it. It does look like I'm actually looking at the alert, because I'm looking in the same direction. I'm too expressive now. I'm too expressive. You know everything now. I can't hide behind my janky rigging. At about 8:20, Robert makes his way to the faithful meeting. He sees the vicar's bicycle outside the church, and on a whim, decides to borrow it. He can have no way of knowing that the vicar is in fact inside the church. He arrives unseen at Pye Hall, parks the bicycle at the lodge, and walks up the drive. He is admitted by Sir Magnus, and what takes place, the actual murder itself, I will describe in a minute. But first, let me complete the larger picture. Matthew Blackiston also arrives and parks his car beside the lodge, at the same time noticing the bicycle. He walks up the driveway and is seen by Brent, who has just finished work. He knocks at the door, which is opened a few moments later by Sir Magnus. You will remember, Fraser, that the exchange which took place, which was described to us quite accurately by Matthew Blackiston. You? Sir Magnus is surprised, and with good reason. The father has arrived at the very moment when the son is inside, and the two of them are engaged in a discussion of great delicacy. Sir Magnus does not say his name out loud. He does not wish to alert Robert to the fact that his father is here, at the worst possible time. But before he dismisses him, he uses the opportunity to ask Matthew a question. Do you really think I killed your dog? Why would he ask such a thing unless he was wishing to confirm something? He had been discussing with Robert just moments before. At any evening, Sir Magnus closes the door. Matthew leaves. At any event, Sir Magnus closes the door and Matthew leaves. The murder takes place. Robert Blackiston hurries from the house, using the bicycle that he borrowed. It is dark. He does not expect to meet anyone. Inside the ferryman, Brent hears the bicycle go past during a lull in the music, and assumes it is the vicar. Robert replaces the bicycle at the church, but there has been a great deal of blood, and he has managed to transfer some of it to the handlebars. When the vicar comes out of the church and returns home on the bicycle, some of the blood will surely be found on his clothes. That is why, I believe, Miss Osborne was so very nervous when she spoke to me. And may well be that she believed him to be guilty of the crime. Well, they will know the truth soon enough. There was one last act to the drama of that night. Matthew Blackiston
has changed his mind and returns to have his confrontation with Sir Magnus. He misses his son by a matter of minutes, but sees the dead body through the letterbox and collapses into the flower bed, leaving a print of his hand in the soft earth. Afraid that he will be suspected, he leaves as quickly as he can, but he is spotted by Lady Pye, who has just returned from the salon, who will now enter the house to find her husband. That leaves only the murder itself, which I must now describe. Robert Blackiston and Sir Magnus Pye met in the study. Sir Magnus has retrieved the letter that Mary Blackiston wrote all those years ago, and you will recall that the picture, which covers the safe, is still ajar. The letter is on his desk, and two men discuss its contents. Robert urges Sir Magnus to believe that he has done nothing wrong, that he was not responsible for his mother's tragic death. As chance would have it, there is a second letter, also on the desk. Sir Magnus received it that day. It concerns the demolition of Dingle Dell, and contains some threatening, even some violent language. As we now know, it was written by a local woman, Diana Weaver, using the typewriter of Dr. Redwing. 2 letters, 2 envelopes. Remember this. The conversation does not go well. It may be that Sir Magnus threatens to expose his former protégé. Perhaps he says that he will consider matters before he goes to the police. I imagine that Robert is at his most charming and persuasive, as Sir Magnus shows him out. But when he reaches the main hall, he strikes. He has already noted the suit of armour, and he draws a sword from its sheath. It comes out silently and easily, because, as it happens, Sir Magnus has used it quite recently, when he attacked the portrait of his wife. Robert has taken no chances. He will not be exposed. His marriage to Joyce Sanderling will go ahead. From behind, he decapitates Sir Magnus, then returns to the study to get rid of the evidence. But this is where he makes his 2 critical mistakes. He crumples up his mother's letters and burns it in the fire. At the same time, he manages to get some of Sir Magnus's blood onto the paper, and this is what we will find later. But much worse is that he burns the wrong envelope. I knew at once that an error had been made, not only because Mrs. Weaver's letter had been produced on a typewriter, while the surviving envelope was handwritten. No, the envelope was addressed quite formally to Sir Magnus Pye, and this was completely out of character with its contents. The correspondent had referred to him as "you bastard." She had threatened to kill him. Would she have then written Sir Magnus on the envelope? I did not think so, and I intended to ask Miss Weaver this, but unfortunately I was taken ill before I could put the question to her. It does not matter. We have the envelope, and we have the diary written by Mary Blackiston. As I remarked to Fraser, the writing in both was the same. Pund had drawn to a halt. There was to be no dramatic conclusion, and no final declamation. That had never been his style. Chubb shook his head. "Robert Blackiston," he intoned, "I am arresting you for murder." He continued with a formal warning, and then added, "Is there anything you would like to say?" For the last few minutes, Blackiston had been staring at a fixed point on the floor, as if he could put his whole future there. But suddenly he looked up, and there were tears streaming from his eyes. At that moment, Fraser could very easily imagine him as the 14-year-old child who had killed his brother in a rage, and who had been hiding from that crime ever since. He turned to Joy,
He spoke only to her. "I did it for you, my darling," he said. "Meeting you was the best thing that had ever happened to me. And I knew I could only be completely happy with you. I wasn't going to let anyone take that away from me. And I'd do it again if I had to. I'd do it for you." 4. From the Times, August 1955. The death of Atticus Punt had been widely reported in the British press, but I wonder if I might add a few words of my own, as I knew him perhaps better than anyone. I have worked for him for 6 years in the capacity of personal assistant. I first met Mr. Punt when I replied in an advertisement placed in Spectator magazine. I stated that a businessman recently arrived from Germany required the services of a confidential secretary to assist him with typing, administration, and associated duties. It is revealing that he did not refer to himself as an investigator or a private detective, even though he had already had a formidable reputation. Particularly following the recovery of a Ludendorff diamond and the spectacular series of arrests that followed. Mr. Punt was always modest, although he helped the police on numerous occasions, including a recent number of wealthy landowners in the Somerset village of Saxby-on-Avon. He preferred to remain in the shadows, seldom taking the credit for what he had achieved. There had been some speculation about the matter of his death, and I wish to set the record straight. It is true that Mr. Punt had come into possession of a large dose of poison physostigmine during his last investigation, and that he should, of course, have returned it to the police. He did not, because he had already decided to take his own life, as he made clear in the letter which he had left behind, and which was forwarded to me after his cremation. Although I had not been aware of it, Mr. Punt had been diagnosed with a particularly malignant form of brain tumor, which would have ended his life shortly anyways, and he had chosen to prevent himself unnecessary suffering. He was the kindest and wisest man I ever knew. His experiences in Germany before and during the war had given him a perspective that must have aided him in his work. He had an innate understanding of evil, and was able to root it out with an unerring precision. Although we spent much time together, he had few friends, and I cannot pretend that I completely understand the workings of his remarkable mind. He made it clear that he wanted no monument left behind, but requested that his ashes be scattered close to Saxby-on-Avon, in Dingle Dell, the woodland that he in part helped save. That said, I am in possession of all the pages and notes and material relating to the treatise which occupied much of his later life. A major work entitled The Landscape of Criminal Investigations. It is a tragedy that it remains unfinished, but I have forwarded everything that I have been able to find a Professor Carina Hutton at the Oxford Centre of Criminology, and it is very much my hope that his landmark volume will be made available to public soon. James Fraser. Adios, Nicolaus Crete. There's not much more to add. Cloverleaf Books Folded, which is about as apt as description as you can get for a publishing firm going out of business. It was all very messy, with Charles in jail and insurers refusing to pay out for the building, which had been completely destroyed in the fire. Our successful authors jumped ship as fast as they could, which was a little disappointing, but not entirely surprising. You don't want to be published by someone who might murder you. I no longer had a job, of course. Sitting at home after I had got out of hospital, I was surprised to learn that I was getting some blame for what had happened. It's like I said in the beginning. Charles Clover was entrenched in the publishing industry, and the general feeling was that I betrayed him. After all, he had published Graham Greene, Anthony Burgess, and Muriel Spark, and he had only ever killed one writer, Alan Conway, a well-known pain in the neck. Had it really been necessary to make such a fuss about his death, when he was going to die anyways? Nobody actually put this into so many words, but when I finally limped out to a few literary events, a conference, a book launch, it was the feeling I got. The Woman's Prize for Fiction decided not to have me as a judge after all. I wish they could have seen Charles as I finally seen him, preparing to burn me alive, and kicking me so hard that he broke my ribs. I wasn't going to go back to work anytime soon. I no longer had the heart for it. And anyways, my vision hadn't recovered. That remains the case. I'm not quite as blind as poor Mr. Rochester in Jane Eyre, but my eyes tire if I read too much, and the words move around on the page. These days, I prefer audiobooks. I've gone back to 19th century literature. I avoid whodunits. I live in Agios Nikolaos in Crete. The decision was more or less made for me in the end. There was nothing to keep me in London. A lot of my friends had turned their back on me, and Andreas was leaving whatever happened. I would have been a fool not to go with him, and my sister, Katie, spent at least a week telling me exactly that. At the end of the day, I was in love with him. I'd come to realize that when I was sitting on my own at Bradford Avon Station. And it had certainly been confirmed when he appeared as my knight in shining armor, battling his way through the blaze and rescue me. If anything, he should have been the one who had second thoughts. I didn't speak a word of Greek. I wasn't much of a cook. My vision was impaired. What possible use could I be? I did say some of this to him, and his response was to take me out to a Greek restaurant in Crouch End, to produce a diamond ring, which was much more than he could afford, and to go down on one knee in front of all the diners. I was horrified, and I couldn't accept fast enough just to get him to behave properly, back on his feet. He didn't need a bank loan in the end. I sold my flat, and although he wasn't entirely happy about it, I insisted on investing some of the money to Hotel Polydorus, making myself an equal partner. It was probably madness, but after what I'd been through, I didn't really care. It wasn't just that. I'd almost been killed. It was that everything I trusted and believed in had been taken away from me. I felt that my life had been unraveled as quickly as absolutely as Atticus Punn's name. Does that make sense? It was as if my new life was an anagram of my old one. I could only learn what shape it had taken when I began to live it. 2 years had passed since I left England. Polydorus hadn't actually made a profit yet, but guests seemed to like it. And we've been full for most of this season, so we must be doing something right. The hotel is on the edge of Agios Nikolaos, which is a bright and shabby, colorful town with too many shops selling trinkets and tourist hat. But it's authentic enough to make you feel like it's somewhere you want to live.
We're right on the seafront, and never tire of gazing at the water, which is quite a dazzling blue, and makes the Mediterranean look like a puddle. The kitchen and reception area open into a stone terrace where we have a dozen tables. We're open for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and we serve simple, fresh, local food. Andreas works in the kitchen. His cousin Yanis does almost nothing, but he's well connected. They call him a Visma, and comes into town with local PR. And then there's Philippos, Alexandros, Georgios, Nell, and all the other family and friends who bundle in to help us during the day, who could sit drinking raki with us until late into the night. I could write about it, and maybe one day I will. A middle-aged woman takes the plunge and moves to Greek with her lover, and his eccentric family, various cats and neighbors, and suppliers and guests, make a go of it in the Aegean sunshine. There used to be a market for that sort of thing, although of course I won't be able to write the full truth, not if I want to sell it. There's still a part of me that misses Crouch End, and I miss publishing. Andreas and I were always worrying about money, and that puts strain on us. Life may imitate art, but it usually falls short of it. The strange thing is that Magpie Murders did get published in the end. After the collapse of Cloverleaf, a few of our titles were picked up by other publishers, including the entire Atticus Pym series, which, as it happened, went to my old firm, Orion Books. They reissued it with new covers and brought out Magpie Murders at the same time. But now, the whole world knew the nasty truth behind the detective's name. But in short term, it didn't matter. All the publicity about the real-life murder and trial made people more interested in the books, and I wasn't surprised to see it in the bestsellers list. Robert Harris gave it a very good review in the Sunday Times. I even saw a copy the other day. As I walked along the beach, a woman was sitting in the deck chair, reading it, and there was Alan Conway staring out at me from the back cover. Seeing him felt a spurt of real anger. I remember what Charles had said about Alan, how he had selfishly, needlessly spoiled the pleasure of millions of people who had enjoyed the Atticus Pym novels. He was right. I had been one of them, and just for a moment, I imagined it was not Charles. It was I, not Charles, who had been on the tower at Abbey Grange, shoving out with both hands, pushing Alan to his death. I could actually see myself doing it. It was exactly what he deserved. I had been the detective now, and I was the murderer. And do you know? I think I liked it more. And that's the end of the entire book. How do we feel about it? I feel it was alright. I feel like I would definitely be, like I said before, I would be way more a fan of it if I had read the previous books. This is definitely like the end of a series type of book. How long had this series been going? Also, good morning, Zaki Lucky. I unfortunately cannot pancake myself. I have nothing set up on this. I don't think pancaking is even an option. It was good. Yeah, I think the ending was good. I enjoyed it. I think I would enjoy it. Yeah, like, I should read the previous books. I should definitely read the previous books.
What do you mean? What is? Did you just arrive? Look at this super cute model. Keita, good morning. Who are you? Our very beautiful is it Sky Compass? That's her Twitch. Let me just check real quick. That's the formal name? Yes, it is. Let me just shout out our dragon of our zodiac. She gave every single member in Garden Circle a free model. These chibi models are so cute. Look how bouncy it is. And I can wink. It's so fucking cute. Also, there's like a million expressions. I don't have them set up. I don't have the expressions set up. I don't think. No. But there's also expressions and it's super cute. It's not it's struggle tracking me right now. Of course VTube Studio is struggle tracking me. Let me shout. Does that work? Yeah. Check out Sky Compass. She also has where's her let me just put up. Oh my god, no, don't play the stream. Do we have her commission page? I have it. Yeah, stabam! Two commission pages. check out Sky Compass's vision. Does she have this as a thing? She definitely needs this as a thing to you need to be able to buy this, man. These are so fucking cute. These are so stinking cute. Feeble artificial mind. I'm too expressive now. Now you know my every action. I feel very exposed. I feel so exposed. Last thing in the portfolio is still you. Is it my little chibi? Your what you commissioned? She needs to put these in her portfolio, man. What the fuck? Dargun. She was like she spent like day and night making our models in like no time for our Mecha Chameleon collab that was suddenly announced and suddenly decided. She didn't stream for a long time because she was just working on all of our models. Holy crap. They're so cute. Due to heat? Oh yeah, that too. Well, I mean VTube, not VTube. Live 2D would have destroyed her computer all the same. Wait, let me see if I can play with some expressions. No, it takes too long to set up. It's so annoying to set up. Wait. Let me put me in the middle first. I need to be able to see myself. Next to. Can I just play these? No, of course I can't. Look at this. 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 It's so cute. Oh, next potential stream. How excite. Oh, next potential stream. I need to spend my points hunting. So there's also this. Oh? Huh? What? Oh gosh, wait. Is that? Oh, this is the one of the redeems that you can do. Wait. That was her head pat derogatory. Here's the regular head pat. Wait. I need to. Oh gosh, cancel. So cute. It's so cute. Oh, here's another potential redeem. Oops. I do. Everybody does. Everybody does because Dagon is freaking insane. This is Engian. So Engi. Oh, here's everybody's favorite toggle. Bald. Here's this one. Wait, I should put the music back up. What is this crying? Here's excited. Yeah! Oh, I can't blink in this mode. There is no blinking. Only excite. Oh, here's what you want. Here's what you want. It's so adorable. Everybody needs to jump on it once she makes it her VGen. Is it? I don't think it's on her VGen right now. Unfortunately. Where is it? She only has regular illustrations right now. Emotes, model art. Well, she has model art and rigging. But it's not specifically chibi model. I wonder if that's... I wonder if she would make it separate. It's probably going to be a separate thing, right? Oh, there's this one. How is this flustered? creepy. in like a fun way, you know? Very danganronpa. Oh, here we go. Not this. There's your yandere combo. Holy crap, there's still like 10 more things to go through. Here's this one. Oh, wait. What? Huh? It even comes with sound effects. Is this a regular sad face? Oh. It's so sad. The book is over. What am I gonna do for bedtime stories now? Oh, oops. Get out of that. Oh, this is just regular shutting eyes. Yes. Single sweat. Oh, it's so small. Very subtle sweat. Oh. You got your screenshot? These are so fun to play with though. I do not have enough buttons for so many for so many expressions. Oh no, not enough buttons. I do not have enough buttons for everything. Big sweat. If you ever want to redeem. I mean, if you ever want me to read it, you can go ahead. As long as it is stream appropriate. I will be your free audiobook. Audiobook sample. With many mistakes. Oh, this reset model is dizzy. Oh. Dot eyes? Oh, these are just stuff you combo with. Oh. Oh my god, every time I blink, It makes a sound. You guys probably can't hear it. It's very subtle. It's like a little blip blip noise. Oops. Circle eyes, scramble eyes. Okay, okay. I just make my model normal now. Oh! I think it's time for I think it's time for a bad draw. I'm gonna accidentally press some of these buttons. Let me set up for a draw before I get too distracted once again. The redeem was Misk. No, wait. Ikaru redeemed the biggest nug. Sure. We have 2 drawings today. One is biggest nug. The first one is biggest nug. Oh my god. My desk is a mess right now. I have no space for this. But the book is here. I've got this. Oh gosh. Do I need this? I do. This goes here. And then my mess can stack precariously on the edge of my table right here so I can have space for my tablet. There we are. What shall we do about the biggest nug? Let's go with blue. Bam. There we go. Draw. Oh my god, I'm huge. Let me make me smaller first. Biggest nug, you say? The biggest nug is a very terrifying nug, okay? It is the biggest and densest nug you've ever seen in your life. Or you probably have never seen in your life. Calm down, drawing time. How lovely. How lovely to be drawing after a murder mystery. Especially one that involves arson right at the very end. Who could have known? I knew that Susan was going to be in danger as soon as she saw her boss. And then when she said, like, no, I didn't tell anybody about how you murdered people. I was like, in my head, I was like, are you stupid? Susan? You're kidding, right? You're telling this murderer, you're telling me, you're telling the murderer that nobody will know if I died. Your secret will be safe as long as you kill me. I was like, you joking me. You have to be. How was the reading? It was great. We found out the murderer. And now I want to read the other books. You know, the first books that were in the series that I should have read before this one. Oops. But that's okay, right? That's totally okay that I didn't read. I didn't read everything in order. Totally fine. Should I have read everything in order? Maybe. Reading everything in order is overrated. It's not. I thought it was like other whodunits, you know, where the stories are more like standalones. I think maybe the other books might be more standalone. Like there's obviously a chronological order, but because every murder that takes place is like basically a new story, maybe it would have been more like forgiving on which order. But the last book is very much the last book. And that is okay. I'm okay with that. That's exactly what I wanted. It's called The Magpie Murders, but you should read the other Atticus Pund novels. If you like like murder mysteries like Agatha Christie and whatever, Sherlock Holmes. not Sherlock Holmes, just Sherlock Holmes. The more famous cousin, Sherlock Holmes, don't you know? Do black holes actually have rings? This is a black hole nug, by the way. I don't know if it was very obvious. I think I made it very obvious. Yes, exactly. The biggest and densest nug that started to collapse upon itself. See? It totally makes sense. Light acts so weird in black holes. I'm pretty sure these are just like fantastical. I've looked it up. Like what the fuck does a black hole look like? Pretty sure these are just like artistic depictions, maybe, of what a black hole looks like. But I'll try my best. The Skullduggery Pleasant series? What is that also murder mystery? I've not heard of that one. Light bends weirdly. Where bends into the hole, but also swirls around the hole. You understand me? You understand me here? Wait, not Z. Not, fuck. They absorb a food that comes near it. That's kind of cute. Magical detective who has a rented skull for a head? Oh. Why have you rented a skull? No spoilers, okay. But for some reason, it is not his original skull, okay. Interesting. I shall check it out. Hopefully I will remember, I don't know. Yeah, whatever. You know what? This is fine. We're missing the top bits. Little bow bits. Little feather bits. I think they can be off of its head. More like alien-like. Good morning. See. Phase 3? What phase 3? There's more for you to read? Is that what you're saying? So apparently the novels are separated into phases. You've been missing an entire novel? And you didn't even know? Well, lucky for you, you have more to read, it looks like. That's pretty good news. Missing 3 novels? Well, that sounds great. You have more to read. There we go. And we just need to draw some stars that have yet to be sucked up. Wouldn't light be be weird around the black hole? It would be weird. Stars wouldn't... You wouldn't be able to see the stars. The stars beside the black hole nug. Sure. This'll work. Sure. Wait, really? Book depository shut down? I used to buy books from them. Damn. It was me, I was the problem. I wasn't buying the books. I started having too much to read. No, I stopped reading at some point. Sad days. Blame me for it. Sure. Whatever. It's all my fault. It's because this one person stopped. You'll link the wiki for it? Oh, thank you. I shall check it out later. When I'm done streaming. And if I don't pass out on my bed. There we go. A very big nug indeed. Should we do? I feel like doing a few more big stars, just to make it cute. Do some of the 5-pointed stars. Yeah, that'll do. Thank you, Ikaru, for the biggest nug. It is also the densest nug. So dense that it has swallowed up the world. Next, we have a very expensive card for Luna. Let me save this real quick. 18. Biggest nug. Bam. The what's up link. What is the what's up link? I have the link of the oh my goodness, I've lost my thoughts. Thoughts have disappeared. Alright, let's just draw. Let's just draw. Draw Luca. Very adorable. From Project Sekai. Very, very, very nice illustration. Oh boy. There's like many flowers. Alright, I can do this layer by layer. If I'm just... Oh, don't do that. If I'm just... Oh, don't do that. If I'm just, following an image, it should be very easy, right? So easy. Done. So easy. Start with some flowers. Do something important? Do it. Oh no. Do the layers. Or not. I need the exact right pink. A little more red. A little more red. That's good enough. Yeah. The chibi style, I'm like, well, I mean, this is bad draw style. I'm always thinking, how big do I make the heads? And then very pale. The hands look so beautiful. I'm making an abomination. Yeah. Small smile. Oh my god. Whatever. Luca's your second favorite Vocaloid? Best girl is Gumi? Do you have a favorite producer? I hope your important thing was eventful. Alright, now it's time to draw a million bajillion flowers. Million bajillion. I think it's more like this. We've got to release a Vocaloid art book of copied Vocaloid works. I don't think people would appreciate that. I think it's already iffy that I have a Madoka appreciation in my bad draws. Thanks to you. Have I watched the movies yet? No. Of course I haven't. You know what I wanted to watch this week was Witch Hat Atelier. I've heard it's really good. I got my cousin to watch it because I heard it was good. And then she said it was good and I should watch it, and I still haven't watched it. I made somebody else watch it before I did. Oh boy. You know what I did watch though? Is My Ridiculous Reincarnation. I enjoyed that one. have to make this really good then. You're using this as your profile picture somewhere. I hope people don't think I'm making fun of it. That's the only thing. Yes, you requested, but the internet is mean. Orange. I think we're missing some orange. Just a little. angles. Sure. Okay. This is looking nice. It's a masterpiece. You take full credit for you. My art has become so good. Well, considering that this is copying somebody else's art, I don't really know if I should be taking credit for any of this. But, weirdly enough, my bad draws, they're arguably not even that bad. That's not good. These are supposed to be like quick drawings, okay? When I first started, these draws were what, 10-15 minutes? Now what are they? Half an hour? Questionable. Questionable redeem now. Am I yandere on purpose? No, I think I pressed a couple buttons by accident. Which button did I press? There we go. 2 × 15 = 30. Should I put Nug in here? I'll put one hidden in here. It'll be right. We're gonna hide you. Right here. It fits right in. Gotta make it worthy of the art book. All of my bad draws are worthy of the art book, okay? They're all good. They're all awesome. Alright. Oh my goodness. You also redeemed a bedtime story, Ikaru. Do I need to start a new story? This can be the cover? No. How can Luca be the cover of my art book? How dare you? And not only is it Luca, it is the copy of somebody else's art. Oh gosh. Imitation is also plagiarism, Luna. Okay, I stretched. This ended up being a 4-hour stream anyways. I was expecting to read for like 2 hours and then it's it. Don't be a copy sketch of that one shot by Easy. No, that was you mean on the Discord? That was actually Ray, our mod. I told her about it actually. So honestly, it was my fault. I'm so sorry. I'm pretty sure that was like a small child who didn't know that tracing art is not that it's bad. It's just like, I don't know. Keep that to yourself. I don't know. I have opinions. But yeah, that art is like notoriously traced. So I was like, maybe not here. You missed the T. No, it was just like, I think it was just some kid who was at Anje's stream, and then they were like, oh, can I show you a sketch that I'm working on? And it was like a traced like Deku, I think. Deku from Hero Aka. And that specific image is like has been traced like 100 times. That's it. That's all. It's not really that much of anything. I hope they aren't discouraged to keep doing art, but also don't. The problem is not tracing. The problem is claiming that it is yours. That is not simply a sketch you were working on. That is a piece of art that you traced. So yeah, that's all. That's my opinion, I guess. Um. AI generated? Oh god. I think at the very least, that person did not AI generate that. Oh my goodness. I'm about to insult them in the best way possible, but it was not good. So I think AI could do better than that, but you learn by being not good, okay? And I'm glad at the very least that they were doing it with their own hands. I mean, the thing is, I've traced before to learn things. Obviously, I trace. But I also don't say that I don't hide the fact that it's traced. What if it was on purpose? No. ChatGPT generate a bad image. No. That image is, unless they ran it through. No, the other part of it was that it was also terribly photographed. I genuinely do not think that an AI could have done it that well. Like that rustically, that it was a very genuine photo of something that was traced. But whatever, it's fine, okay? It's not that big of a deal. Aren't kids not allowed on Twitch? Ooh, well, they never actually said their age. I'm pretty sure kids are on Twitch. I think it's something like, isn't it something like 13 or something? You have to be like 12. I don't know. I'm pretty sure kids are allowed on Twitch. 16? No fucking way. Oh, no wonder why they get banned immediately. I've seen like videos of people going, I'm a minor on Twitch, and then the person immediately banning them. the streamer. I too am a minor. On Minecraft? I used to play Minecraft. I also used to be a minor. 13 and under need adult supervision? Oh, okay. To stream. But what about to watch? I think to watch, like, anybody can watch, right? You don't even need an account on Twitch to watch. I'm pretty sure. You just can't chat. Like, nobody can stop you from watching. But I guess chatting is different. Anyways, I don't know what the age of that person was. I'm just assuming that they were young. And I'm very sorry. Oh, yeah. I think it was like an 18 plus stream. Oh, I'm not looking at you guys anymore. I have to be looking this way to chat with you. And up. There you go. Why is it $80 for a book? Textbooks are expensive, Luna. But 80 is steep. Sorry. I'm so This is sleepy tired time where I stop talking. If I ever stop talking, I might be yawning a whole lot. You're just too lazy to learn hiragana and katakana? Really? So you understand? Well, I guess like the speaking and listening are come first, or like they're more useful-ish for, you know, navigating the world if you want to in Japanese. But to learn, you do have to be able to read, unfortunately. 3K this stream? Oh my god. What, are you gonna make it more expensive to end your richness? Well, isn't the reason why you're so rich because you have like the tier 3 sub? you are what do you call it? You're gaining too much power. You're really min-maxing these points. Yeah, you're pay to win. No, I was gonna say like streamline or something, but I think I mean beeline. You're beelining to all your points, to more points, to becoming rich. You did watch Chinese cartoons? 10 years. You'd think. The thing is, for that, I mean, listening and reading is one thing, but I think actually speaking it is a whole different thing. And practice, you really have to like reinforce it all the time in order to remember a language. At least I think so. That is how I am slowly forgetting how to English. Because I don't read enough difficult things. I read my web novels, but that's like very like low level of reading, and it's making me not be able to articulate myself very well. And I feel very bad about it. It feels like my communication has gone down. He's got Tsutsando. You know anime words. Raw horse meat? What the fuck? Oh, so you know menu items. That's very important if you ever want to survive in Japan. How would that be useful anywhere besides at a very specific restaurant? For the next story, I was thinking of reading some H.G. Wells. I've had this book for a while. A collection of some of his works. I've been meaning to read. So I might read some of those. Looking at it though, the stories are... the stories are once again kind of long. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I'll read this one. This one's a little shorter. The other ones are like 200, 300 pages. Jesus. I think it should be fine to read. Do you want me to read that right now? As your bedtime story, Redeem? It's very short. But since I read for this entire stream, maybe I'll read your little poem. Ikaru's little poem. Requiem. Sure. A little taste of what Ikaru is working on. Helena's unfinished requiem for the heroes of old. It's a very hard word to pronounce, okay, Luna? A requiem. Against the tide, we stood alone, for all we had held dear, until our blades ran dull, and we slowed to a crawl. We stood until the end. We who stood and made the earth shake. We who stood to protect our kin. We who stood until the earth shook no more. She who watched the forests grow. She who fed the trees with her blood. She who stood until the forest was gone. We who stood for the peace of all. We who chose to stand alone. We who fell until our king still stood. She who bloomed beautifully in death. He who stood even after the end. He who protected until he had no body left to give. I who sung long after my heart stood still. For our pride, our duty, and our legacy, we choose to stand alone. I think it's chose. Past tense of choose. My bad. So angsty, Ikaru. I knew you writers were writing only angst. Thank you very much for writing that, Ikaru. Your own bedtime poem. I think a long time ago, I started reading this story of H.G. Wells. I'm distracted now because I have the book in front of me. I think it's bedtime. Whenever I start getting quiet, and then I start just losing track of everything, it is time for bed. What do you say? We lie down like Luca in her flower bed of magic and going to bed. I think, by way of how I think Vocaloid stories are. Man, Vocaloid songs are also all angst. You all need a hug. You creatives and your sad stories. All right. Have a very good night, everyone. Good night, Luna. Good night, Ikaru. I shall see you. I think we're gonna go back to court next time. And not the ones with thorns and roses, thank goodness. Good night.